All right. All right. Here we are. There we are. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Going to be continuing some of the diamond painting pins that I was working on earlier this week, and then going to continue on with some of the other size. We've got Sandy Beach blanks that we're going to be turning as well. I think these are going to be pretty awesome. They're going to be for when we go on our own beach trip for the summer, and yeah, so this is something that we've done for the last probably 3 or 4 years now, which is pretty cool that we've been able to do that. Yeah, yes indeed. So let's see, let's go ahead and do some of this. uh, I reckon I need to do that periodically. Yeah, okay, we'll do a little of that. Good, good, good. Alright, now I reckon it's time to head over, get to turning. Alright, that's a good view. Here we are. I'm gonna move this. There we go. That's pretty good. Alright. If everybody's having a good, what's it, Wednesday? Nice. It's gonna be a good Wednesday. Let's see. Get that set up over there. We're gonna pivot this cam right, y'all. There you can hang out. Let's see. Okay. So one other thing is my coffee is brewing. So yeah, I'll be waiting for that to hit, or to I guess finish brewing, so we can fuel up a bit. We'll go ahead and hit that. It's a little AC unit that we got, y'all. But yeah, here's what we're gonna be working on. So we've got, these are the sandy beaches, and then these. Oh, not those. These are the summer splash. So working on the summer splash blanks for now. And these are pretty neat. Got a couple captive rings in here that we'll probably do today. Yeah. Okay. Those. Put these larges here. Get some of these. Yes. All right. Let's get the tunes back on, huh? Woo! Oh, the energy, man. Come on now. Gotta wake up. Wake up. Been a big day. Been a big day. Come on, John. You can do it. Is anybody else a positive affirmation kind of person? If it works, right? Ooh. Oh, there we go. All right, let's check the height of this. That too high. Drop it down a bit more. If you're new here, welcome, welcome. I'm getting my tool rest set for some turning. Okay. No mortar yet. All right, DJX, what you got for us? That'll work. That'll work. But yes. Woo! Mm. Does anybody else start their morning with some Kenny Loggins? A little danger zone. All right, I guess it's just me. Just me for now. Okay. Sharpen up this pencil a bit. Alright, let's see. What we got here is a little bit of this, a little of that, and a little of that. I like that. And then, away we go. I should put that. The plan is to get some the rest of these done and then move into a sandy deep. I'm going to bang out both of these sets this week. It shouldn't be too bad. And then the other stuff, oh man. probably be a little on the quieter side for now until either I start getting some engagement or I get some coffee. Yeah, Abby's out here as well. She's just the sanding queen of this operation. She's got her hair done up real nice too. It'll be nice when she comes over, huh? She can't hear me. The larges take quite a bit more time because you have to remove a bit more material. It's also part of why we don't do as many of them. But we also want to make sure that we do have some for various grip types. Let's see, that's nice, that's nice. Hey, I think my coffee is done. Will you either go get it or swap me places? Probably ice. It's gonna be hot. Thank you. Just another magic Wednesday. Oops, this one. Anybody else make diamond painting pins? They're fantastic. They are very nice. Because it's pretty much an open canvas to do the shapes that you want, bearing in mind that you got the ergonomics to, you know, do something a little wonky. Or not, you know, to each their own style, I reckon. It's not for everybody. But as for the kit makers, thinking about them, it's interesting to think about kits because it's just a brass tube, you know, and it kind of limits the amount that you can customize unless you start customizing the kits as well, which is something that you can absolutely do. One of the interesting things that I like to think about is, for example, getting a fancier high-end pen, or not. You can start with a regular basic, and then just kind of remaking some of the components. So if you find a nib that you like, you can essentially build a pen around that. So a good example is the parallel pen that I haven't really done much since I figured out I could do it. I pretty much figured out that I could do it and then haven't finished it. But a parallel pen is a calligraphy type of pen that you just need to make the recess for the threads. I've got some inside. Where the heck it went? But yeah, it's pretty simple. You just get like a thread finder, and then you determine what type of threads they are, and then you go by the tap and die if needed. So when you're making a pen, you're kind of thinking about the different components of it, and then being able to make any type of the components, I think, is where the coolness is. At least for me, that's where I like to be. Like, for example, another example, I guess, is I got a pen that's kind of like the Kaweco Sport. I really liked it. I like the size and I like the overlap and everything. So I made one that was like that, except it didn't have the flat facets on it. Because in order for me to do that, I'd have to like hand sand the different shapes, or not the different shapes, but the different positions as you rotate. But I don't have a setup like that. But that would be how you would if you wanted to. Or have a milling machine with an indexable. Like this lathe does have indexing positions. I just took them all off. Or I took the pin off that does the indexing, I guess. And I did that because it started hitting the wheel on the inside. So I just took it out. Because it's got a redundancy here. That's a locker as well. But not the indexing. But yeah, does this have marks on it? I don't know. Nice. It's going real nice here. Yeah, cruising. We are cruising. Hey, where'd the tunes go? What? There we go. Mm. Mm. Sometimes when you get a little bit of vibration, you just change the elevation of the tool and that'll alleviate some of those problems. But also it sometimes won't. So for me, I think it has to do with this tool rest being slightly tilted. And then running from side to side, I have to change the position then from usual, I guess. But yeah, that's one of the things about being consistent and repetitions. You build muscle memory and so on. And then after a while, you just know where to take anything and be able to start from that point, which is relatable, I'm sure, in many cases for people that are seasoned in their craft, we'll say. But that's kind of fun, you know? Huh, how can we make that into a game? It's like you start from I don't know how yet, but let's brainstorm for a second. Okay, so we've got an idea for a game, but it's basically to see how good you are at something. We'll say in this case, because we were on a pen making channel, from a pen. So there's different stages or spots to start, and then there's like, ooh, even for like advanced people, to where you have like a certain pin that you have to replicate it or something like that to nice and tight tolerances and stuff like that. Okay, let me back up a little bit. So you start at a different process. Each person gets to start at a different part of the process set by somebody else. And from that point, you'd have to basically get that into somebody else's hands, the other maker's hands, and then you'd start from there. And then you can add like your own little bit of flair. So I guess it's kind of a combination of the other idea of starting a pen, and then each person has to add a little bit of something to it. That way you end up with a maker's Frankenpin. But that would require some organization and some, well, people that are interested in a project like that. So like if you were a blank maker, you could add like a little bit of your blank to it. Or if you were a nib meister, you could definitely design a nib or whatever, and then other parts of it, or add accents, or add some peripherals of all kinds of stuff, like boxes or something. I don't know how well that's going to end up working out. That's a lot of, it's a lot to ask, I reckon. Ooh, okay. Okay, a way that we could also do it, that way we wouldn't have to send anything around. All right. What you would do is everybody would have a piece of something, a pin component, and everybody will build a pin around that. And we can even take it further, like one of the cool things that was said at a pin maker's challenge once, getting specific blanks and then making the coolest pin that you can with that set of blanks. Now, still not a new idea for me. It's about the implementation of it, I would say. But the blanks, where are those blanks? There they are. So if you were familiar with Jim Hines, you might be familiar with his wife, one of the blank makers that he gets his blanks from. So this was from like a two-can series, which was pretty cool idea. But yeah, you have like a series of blanks like this or something, and then the goal is to make a distinguished looking pen in a prescribed amount of time, and then everybody can kind of weigh in on what they think is the most appealing, and then I reckon later on we could determine whether we wanted to donate it or raise, I don't know, fundraiser, donation, I don't know. Not really the main focus of it anyways. But logistically that sounds tough. So how do you get, okay, look at that, solving problems. Okay, so how do you get, here's the question. How do you get the same blank in everybody's hands? Well, you're going to have to find one that's consistently the same, and then not too wazoo, that way the blank doesn't overtake the craftsmanship element of it. But yeah, so thinking about that, maybe a way to do that would be to have someone that was a blank maker wanting to gain some exposure or traction, perhaps. We would test the blank first to determine if that would even be a good blank to go with. But then after that, make enough for the makers that want to participate in said challenge. Yeah. Oh man. That's just one potential way. That would be a pretty significant contribution, I would say. But probably start it with what I've got here. But yeah, so this is kind of like a, I guess, a more broad maker version of what has been done in Orlando a couple times already. Because the makers do a maker challenge where they raffle off pins, and the intent is to raise money for reef relief, so pretty cool. And the winner gets the street cred. But I don't know, maybe that's too much. It's a very specific group of people. I'll have to expand the ranks of pin making people that I am familiar with before being able to accomplish this. Anybody got inputs on that? Like maybe that's a terrible idea or anything? All right. Well, I suppose that's something too. Alrighty. But yeah, I think that sounds like a pretty cool idea. I don't know how to mark that, but I think I kind of want that. Okay. Well, how about that? Ew. Haven't gotten to work on my beach body yet. Golly. Alright, should I make a captive ring like that one? No, probably not. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Anybody got some artist names? Music artists? Recommendations? Will not be a captive ring. Let me find this. Will not be a captive ring. Let's see how this one's turning then. Maybe it will be. Oh, there's that pin that I was talking about. It's a parallel pin. But yeah, so I bought the pin and then took the section out and then retrofitted this for this. So, boom. Pretty cool. Make it like that and then make your cap. And then now you've got the reskin basically of that parallel pin. And you can change the grip size, everything. You can change the cap length. You can change the, do everything, man. You just gotta think about how and then start doing it. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoy the little parallel pen. It's fun to write in metallic. It's pretty, well, it makes my handwriting look nicer. I don't know what it does to anybody else's, but it certainly makes mine better. Which Which one are we going to do? We're going to do a double. Let's do a double. That sounds fun. How about right there? Right there. This will be the space for it. And this will be the little dip down. So we're going to go with 3. Nah, just kidding. This is going to be the reset. So, what we're going to determine now is, let's see. Let's go with just a little plunge. A little plunger here. Perfect. Nice. And then again, here. And again, over here. Oh, dang. Now we did it. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. We'll just slightly offset here. And then we'll go again, offset, favoring the left side. Anybody else see it yet? We've got 2 rings, 2 captives in there. They're going to stay there until they are broken. Wow, there's a very similar analogy in this case. Messed up, nonetheless, but very strange analogies in there. Cool. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Do the same thing over here. Level the playing field, so to speak, here. I'm gonna have to use the pointier one. The diamond carbide. Okay, here we go. In here, this is just gonna be a little thumb rest. Definitely more of an interesting turning from here. That's nice. Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh yeah. Look at that, man. It's looking interesting. Might have to go a little deeper in this here. Come on, baby, be round. There we are. All right. A little bit of a tedious spot here. Once I'm done with this part, it's going to go over to Abby for some shaping. I mean sanding. So I've got to make sure that the shaping is good. Make sure we don't have any flat spots, which we do. Right there and there. And it's visible when it's not moving, or when it is moving as well. It just looks like a shiny spot. Boom. A little bit of room for the ring tool to get in there. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. For this, I just do a little initial dig here and use the other edge to level it out a bit more. You want the ends to meet on the inside. When I go through with the parting tool, or the way that I part it rather, I need to make sure that it's got room so we can go straight across. So you really want to take your time here. Don't want to rush the process or anything. Take your time and do it right. Okay. Now it is time to work on the grip portion right quick, and then it will come off the lathe. And go over to Abby's. Just a little touch up. Smooth out the edges. Perfect. All right. Small grip. A lot of people like this particular type of grip because they like to hold very close to the tip. And then to make this have a little bit nicer of appearance, we're going to drop this down a little bit too. That way it's a little bit more slanted and more there we go, more like a rounded shape here. Yes, just like that. Gonna make it nice and steep because we don't have a lot of room to play with. So then we just clean that out, level it out, kind of get the marks that we're going for here, nice and thick. I think some people call that type of end a club or a baseball bat end or a bat end. Heard a variety of names. A little bit more on the back end over here. Sweet. Just a little bit of rounding on the ends. Okay. cool. All right. So now these are going to go over to Abby. She's going to sand the rings, and then I'll get it back. I'll part the rings off, and then she'll finish the pin the rest of the way. So there, that's that. So it'll be over here for a little bit. Just kind of put it to where it's obvious that that one is good to go. Hope everybody's having their morning coffee, if that's what their thing is, or tea. Tea's another popular one. All right. If you are interested in these bushings, I get them from TBC Bushings. Brian Nikitas. Pretty well known among the pin community. I had the pleasure of meeting him when I went to Virginia at the Turner's Expo. Same thing with Bob. I was met Bob from RJB, which was also really cool. You spend so much time watching, or just watching, yeah, hanging out and stuff, that it just kind of seems like you know the person a little bit more. But it's also kind of funny because you have an idea, well, at least I do. I have like an idea of what a conversation would have been like, but then it like derails and goes a completely different way, which always an interesting self-observation, I guess. Okay. So I might do another captive ring, and it's going to be more like this one. But, let's see. We'll deal with that later. All right. I want you to know that being here, you're helping me get to my 4,000 hours of watch time, so I very much appreciate you for doing that. I am near that point, and so it's always fun to try different stuff, which is YouTube for me. This is very much not what I had thought about doing. But then, after a few years of turning diamond painting pins, it almost seemed like, why not stream at this point? So, I think it's pretty cool for people to be able to come and see their pins being made in some cases, and then other people to be able to learn from what it is that is being done, or learn what not to do. Which I suppose could be said about something to the effect of a boss or a supervisor. Whether they're good or bad, you still learn something from them, whether it's what to do or what not to do, you know? And, that's a part of being, I guess, the supervisor. that you want to be. These particular bushings are well used. They're made out of stainless steel. They're well used and used for sanding. Usually. That's why they're shaped the way that they are, is because over hundreds of pins, the sandpaper will eventually, no matter what material it is, it'll eventually reshape. But we, here at our workshop, we still keep them. And then sometimes I will just take it to the metal lathe, touch up a little bit on the back side, because that's where it really gets sharp. On the back end here, it can get sharp, and so I want to avoid touching that. But it's kind of interesting because it actually is kind of nice for turning, because I can get a little, I can set my tool a little bit more angled in that tiny little bit compared to when it was just straight and flat. So, you know, kind of like an unintended side effect, I guess, of that. It's not that bad. But still really cool nonetheless. They can just keep being used. Alright, this one is looking good. I'll show you the difference between the two here in a moment. But yeah, we certainly do keep the old ones as well. I don't know. Just don't want to not have them, I guess. One of those small hoarder things, I guess. Where are you? There they are. I didn't need to bring this many, but I did. Just to show you that we buy them often. Sorry. There. And I don't know how much each set costs, but we buy quite a few of them at a time. But you can see that they're flat compared to this one. Let's isolate one here. Okay, so there's that. These started off the same, by the way. It's just over time, they start looking like that. Let's see. Well, yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. I don't need to keep going here. But yeah, that's what it is. It's pretty neat. And then we use these tubes. We keep the tubes. Or we actually buy the silicone tubes and we use them to just keep a hold of these, because they like to run away. So we'll just use them like this and hold them. We'll have a few of them around. So if it is something that you frequently use. It's how we keep them. And then over time, you know, they just kind of get smaller and smaller. Because I use the pliers to grab a hold of it as well. So there's a good little tip for you. Found it useful, you know. You could sneak down there and hit that thumb button. Up or down, that's all right. You know, we prefer the up, but whatevs. Let's see. The reason I even got another set was because I want to do the other captive ring, and I don't want to take the bushings out in between. So that is why I got another set. Yeah, now I got a few sets. So we'll use... It's not going to make a huge difference from like 1 or 2 sanding sessions with the bushings. But over time, you know, it'll eventually wear itself out. Or the sander will wear it out, rather. Let's see, are there special instructions? Captive. Not special instructions. Well, everybody left, but then now no more lights came up. Oh, that's funny. It's like they get the opposite. It's alright. It's alright. Tough crowd. Tough crowd, man. Alright. Let's go with just the one ring here. And we'll have a nice bit of play for the ring. And should we do 2? We'll put 2 in there. We can do whatever we want. We're gonna do. Now, would it be cool to do 3? Okay, I think it might be. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 3. So, this... going that way. This going the other way. There we go. There's our space for 3 rings. Okay. The way that we're going to do these, we're going to do a larger one, and then a smaller one. Yeah. We can put them here. In there. I'll do one over here. Alright, now we're going to get the smaller one. Worst case, this one breaks and we end up with 2. Come on, baby, get up in there. Good. There it is. Okay. Any predictions how this is going to go? Oh, Kevin! What's up, dude? Glad you're here, man. I hope you're doing well today. It'll go great. I appreciate your optimism. But yeah, man, you've been doing all right. Still an open channel for you, man. Just wanted you to know that. Open channel. I hear you. Trying to get back into normal routine. Yeah. Well, with the summer coming up, kids out for summer. Big plans. We do a beach trip, like kind of right when school is going on. I appreciate it, man. Well, you know. The heat. Yeah, I believe it. It is. It's not cool here. Throw that out there. But I do have the AC going and the fan going. Oh, cool. Still going to San Fran Pincho. Sweet. Well, pretty sure it's just going to be Abby going to that. I'll be manning the fort here. Almost there with this. And then we know that that's going to have to come down a bit more. See if we can do this. Oh, look at that. Got to come down just a little bit more here. I'll be very careful with this. We don't do that. Dang it. Just trying to get everything about level with a slight favor towards the inward side here. Ah! Stop it. There we go. All right. But that's cool, man. Michigan. I don't know what the weather's like in Michigan right now. Is it nice? I bet it's nice weather. But it gets cold. I've never wondered so much about the weather since I started streaming, or until I started streaming. And it's funny because it's like that's the running joke, where if you can't find something to talk about, you like look up at the sky and you're like, oh, how about the weather? silly realizations, I guess. Yeah, I don't usually look at the weather either. I've usually got Abby telling me what it is before I even begin wondering. I think we need to go down just a little bit more on the outside here. Alright, so I'll have some cleanup to do for sure. I think that is all good. Let's take a look at the ring and see if I need to adjust anything. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna roll with it. Smooth it out just a little bit. Get started. Healing. Nice and easy. Yep. Okay. Whew. This one's a doozy. A little bit off the top there. We made it. At least this far. I had my dad come to my dad came to the workshop the other day, Monday. It was pretty cool. I told him if he spends too much time here, I'm gonna put him to work. And then I proceeded to ask him if he wanted a house sit. But yeah. The it was kind of interesting because I was like, well, where do you want to start? What's interesting to you? Uh, I mean, if he comes over routinely, then yeah, I probably will end up streaming with him here. Where's Abby? She's been going for a while. But yeah, that'd be funny. He is definitely not. Well, actually, I don't know if he would or not. I don't think he would actually care. He probably wouldn't initiate it, but he'd probably go along for the ride. Dad pops in the shop. sounds like a good name for the video. Okay. I have not actually been playing any WoW. I guess it's been a little bit since we last chatted about that, but we started playing Elder Scrolls Online. And then we got really busy, so haven't had too much time. But yeah, I've been playing Elder Scrolls Online. It's pretty fun. It is definitely a massive MMO. Oops, crap. But yeah, what about you? Have you been doing that? Any of that? Probably not. Okay. Next. There we are. All right, it says 75 in here. So we're doing pretty good. We don't do much of anything. Yeah. I hear you, man. Things that scramble up the agenda. It kind of forces that growth, doesn't it? Making things. I mean, that's a part of why I deliberately put stuff in the way that I want to work on later. Because if I don't see it, I'm not going to think about it. But if I see it, I'll think about it, and eventually I'll see it enough times that I'll do something. Like that parallel pen that I talked about before. It forces something. Yes. It'll either force cleanup, frustration, and something, yeah. But yeah, I'll try to be more tactful with how I do that, though. Let's do another little ring here. Huh? Oh man, getting wild. Doing an extra ring here. Let's try it out. You need to do the parallel pin. I mean, I've shown you. I got it to this point. It's at this point. So I got it all sorted, figured. I just would need to, shape it and then finish it. At least for this one. That way I could gauge interest on it. Or you could do it. Go for it. But I will eventually have I'll show how I did it. But I'm working on my other series right now. It's a 6-part that we will get going for show. The e-painter is another thing that's relatively new. It's a different type of diamond painting. So, if you were looking to make a handle, those are a pretty hot item right now. And then you could even take it one step further and have it linked to you, like the correct one that you use. Like we bought an e-painter and then had to fit it, and so we can only, you know, make sure that it'll fit that one. So making a universal fit sort of thing is well, I guess that's a way. Yeah, it's the air painter. So here's another question, a weird one. If you could make a pen that had the ability to be a pen or pencil at the same time, well, not at the same time, but you'd have to replace like a part for that to be a pen or pencil. Would you want that, or would you rather just have one that is a pen and one that is a pencil? It's kind of a preface to the next part. So, I mean, I'll answer because I think I would rather have one pencil and then one pen. But if it was just the same thing with different colors, I still think I would also want it to be that way, you know? I still think I'd want it to be separated. I mean, there is like the novelty element of it of, ooh, check it out, you could do it like this. And I like finding things like that myself as like a little gimmicky sort of thing. Like, that's kind of cool. But I don't think of it as being like, wow, I need to make a lot of that because I know a lot of people will like it. Let's see where someone would want the exchange parts. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. But I'm on the other side about it as well, where it's like, are you really going to go back and forth? I can't imagine that actually being the case, even for the fountain pen people who are no strangers to disassembling their pens and putting different components in there and doing it like that. I just think that it would be a less appealing thing. I don't want to say gimmicky because that's kind of, but it is kind of gimmicky at the same time. I don't know. It doesn't bother me if anybody wants to do that, by the way. I'm just thinking, like, personally, what would I want? So, Like, for example, I have the ability to make a pencil that has a variety of different lead sizes. Excuse me. I have a pencil that's got a variety of lead sizes, and all you need to do is swap out that component, and then you can put it into a different pen, which is pretty cool. But I wonder how to identify which part is what. For example, like a 2 millimeter, yeah, 2 millimeter, by the way, not 0.2, 2 millimeter. And then thinking about like a 7 millimeter, how do you determine what pencil that you're grabbing without having to see, or without the tip being out? So that was one of my considerations. But the colored pencil lead that I've got for them only come in, well, they come in a variety of colors, but the colors come in 2 millimeter size. Anyway, kind of a random rant there. Pretty standard, but yeah, I've got different types of pencils that I was working on that's pretty cool. Not the forever pencils. Those are still right there, actually. I'm determining how I'm going to finish them. So, yeah, that's it for that. And then also, I could add a clip to it. One of those like clip-on clips. Yeah. But I don't think I'll do that either. But then the forever pencils, thinking about the lead, I'll have to send probably a few lead tips along with it. Maybe even a sharpener, I don't know. But the forever pencils write pretty well. They erase pretty well too. That's one of the problems with, there's a really expensive forever pencil. I think it might be the most expensive one on Amazon actually. And I watched a video that was showing the different darkness of line when you're writing, and it seemed like that really expensive one didn't actually write very dark comparatively to some of the other ones that I've used. So if you are looking for a forever pencil or looking for the lead components or the graphite components in order to make it, just take a look at how well they're writing and stuff, and then retrofit it, and boom, make the handles, and you're good to go. But yeah, these that I've got over here, I'll show you once I finish this one up. I've got like, I think there's 19 or 20 of them over there, and they're all fit for a right in the rain eraser, and the graphite tip. But yeah, let's see. I don't know if you knew that Abby went out west. Abby went out west for a trip with her dad. So she was gone for a week. And that's when I made the big social media push there, I guess. Big push for me. So yeah, that's kind of that. What's up? How you doing, Exam? Having a good day? Oh, gotcha. I was combining those two thoughts together, Kevin, but then I realized that wasn't an abbreviation. Well, it was, but it also served as a period. So grammatically, if that was the end of a sentence, would it be a two periods if it was an abbreviation, but also at the end of a sentence? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Let's see. I don't know, Kevin. What do you think, man? My goal is to have the group actually kind of maintain itself. I'll be honest. Yeah. I mean, I'll be putting stuff in there and then all that jazz, but yeah. So I guess the discretion aspect of who is still what needs to be figured out. So if you wanted to maybe put our heads together and come up with that criteria, we could do that. That way we can continue moving forward. Like, the criteria is not like crazy or anything. It's more like a don't be offended if you're gonna talk about the work, or if you're gonna post pictures of your work, then expect criticism or questions about the designs and stuff like that. So just trying to think of that. Let's see, sorry, I got a little behind. What are going to make? What would be the final product? Okay, so these are diamond painting pin handles. But the end product looks, well, here's some examples, I guess. These are these. So these are diamond painting pin handles. So you just put a tip into each side, and then it's a more ergonomic, comfier, prettier, matches to the canvas and all that stuff. So that's what it is. Let's see. But yeah, exam, that's that. Sorry, I don't understand that. But hello. Let's see. Let's see. Kevin, for that, man, I think it might be, good to like have a core, have some core people that are like the people that have put it together and kind of know the rules and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, the intent's to have a community where you can share different things that are working for you, perhaps, and then kind of determine what it is that you want to do from that point. The snake binder. Well, I see you're here. You found me. The snake binder. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. I've been kind of mentioning it, not really going hard yet, because as with Discord, but it's easier than Discord, I think, at least for what I'm trying to do. So that's kind of where I am. But I hope it'll be online. Well, it's already online, but I hope it'll be more online. You know, in a reasonable time, like a month or less, is the time I was thinking, at least. But yeah, I just think that it's best for everybody to have like that frame of reference that whatever it is, you're going to get criticized potentially, but it won't just be in any way. It'll be this is what I notice about what you're doing, and is there a reason you're doing that? So it's like the issue, I like the IDR format, and it's called the issue discussion recommendation. So, and that could be applied to like a lot of things, but I think it'll just be a pretty good way to go about doing that. But really, it's a place for people to learn how to get better at turning different stuff. Also have like a place that if somebody's working on a particular problem, and then we also have the ability to unite as a community and do like a fundraiser type of pin, or work on a different type of wood species, for example, and then I don't know, kind of like a old dude book club kind of thing, where you're like, yeah, we turned this wood, and this is what it turned like. This is what we ended up with, and these are the problems that we had. So just having those like discussions, I think, would be pretty cool too. So I think that could also be beneficial. But there's a lot of things I got to get to before that. Watching from India, hey, that's cool. I am in the United States, North Carolina, for now. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. And then, just kind of keeping that like among the maker type of stuff. Because the intent is to have dudes that, maybe have businesses and stuff like that. And I don't really care whether they do or don't. But sharing their experience and that stuff with pins specifically. I got notes, but also a place for people to share their I'm a little reluctant to say, but in some ways it is a place where your work will be scrutinized and you won't just get that good job, because that's not constructive. Like, I don't know. Is it for now? What do you mean? I mean, they might be able to get it up and running sooner, but it's going to be relatively slow with who comes in and stuff. So thinking about the questions. Because it's not so much a beginner thing. Like, if you are a beginning turner, that's fine, but I wouldn't say that it is for that. It would be a way for beginners to put themselves around seasoned people and start accumulating ideas. And then just kind of go from there, you know? Because maybe some people want to sell pins, but they don't actually want to be in the pin selling part of the business. And so that's a potential way to do that as well. Oh. Whoa! Weird. The extra guy or person left, but took all the comments with him. Weird. They're watching from India, and now they're gone. Hope you have a good day. But yeah, where else can you get feedback from other makers like that? And I know that there's probably a lot of people that don't even want that. But that's the beauty of it as well, is it means that people that don't want that won't be there. So it's kind of like a balancing act, because you can be like, man, that is awful. But then everybody else jumps on board and is like, oh yeah, that's terrible. Well, that's not cool either. So you have to like have that element of tough love, but also not bullying. So that's kind of a weird conundrum that I thought about. But yeah, NC for now. Yeah, I reckon. And I mean, the other thing about that too is just because somebody else said it doesn't mean that it's true either. So, like, man, I hate what you did with that. Or, man, that was really, really good, but somebody else thinks it was really bad. It's obviously relative. Uh, but I think one of the things that I have realized is that there's not very many critical people. At least people that actually voice their criticism. And I am among those as well. But then again, it might just be not the way that I would do it or whatever. There used to be a group that was similar to that when I first started making fountain pens. There was a group that was called the Pen Artisan Guild, and this is not quite like that because in order to get in to the group, you have to make a pen and send it to basically the judges, kind of thing, um, and then they'll approve or deny or whatever based off of that. So, and I'm not opposed to like having the group choose the best pen or whatever. That's not what I'm. I mean, from what a maker looks at versus what a consumer looks at are also different things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch whatever I said so far. See if there's anything that I maybe want to add. But that group I'm pretty sure shut down. I don't know why or what. I wasn't very deep into the pen stuff when I learned about it in the first place. But I don't think it's a group anymore. And you get some extremely talented people having a variety of backgrounds. Like some people were like jewelers before, and some people were engineers before, and some people were, I don't know, all kinds of stuff. But I mean, I suppose there still could be like an echelon where there still is that kind of um, exclusivity, I guess is kind of the word. Uh, but yeah. Okay. Michael's Tool Bench. Hey, I'll be right back. Just a moment. All right. Sorry about that. Had to run out and grab something from the old wife. Michael's tool bench. Sorry, I saw you right as I was leaving, but I'm back. I hope you're doing well today. And are excited for some summertime. Whoop! Come over here now. There we go. That's a little better. Um. Oh, okay. Is a group on Facebook still? I haven't looked at it. Let's see. Yeah, I think there was like a stink or something about it. I'm not going to try to spread rumors or anything, but I don't know what happened. It's all speculation for me. Let's see. Okay, well, yeah, I suppose that is very similar to what we're going for, man. So, yeah. It doesn't look like it's a very active, doesn't look like it's a very active group anymore, huh? Interesting. Okay, so they were at the Orlando show when I was there. At least somebody from there was. What's my favorite tool I own? Like turning tool or what? Because I mean, the favorite tool is the lathe, and then everything kind of builds out from there. Um, at least for me. Let's see. But my favorite actual tool is the round carbide tool. Yeah. But yeah, the intent of that is to kind of do something similar to that, but not quite like it. Yeah. But I don't reckon that the group would get very large either way. Uh, but taking Texas. What's your favorite tool? I mean, this could be taken in a lot of different ways. like, I like my atmospheric monitor and my respirator for keeping me healthy. I like my computer for being able to share stuff and make videos. Drill, right on. Can definitely do a lot with the drill. With a good enough drill, you can even make a lathe. But you might spend as much trying to make something that already is pretty well refined and works. But yeah, just taking a little coffee break. Hope you don't mind. All right, let me show you this little guy. Are those insulations good for the heat? Yeah, they're good for both the heat and the cold. Yep. Before we only had a fan, but now we have an air conditioning unit and stuff and a fan. So a little bit more climate control. It's 78 degrees in here though still. But this, oh yeah, very easy. They were in a roll, actually. The roll is over there. And then I unrolled it. There we go. So there's the roll. All I did was cut the panels. And the reason that it's still like that is because I haven't used that bandsaw for one. And the heat, when we were running the heater, I didn't want it to, I don't know, loosen some of the plastics that are on it or mess with the fittings or anything. So that's why I've got it over there trapped in the bandsaw. But yeah, if you find the right height for the panels, it's pretty easy. And then, yeah, they just kind of trap themselves in, which is pretty cool. But this here is one of my takes on the Forever pencil. So it's got this end here, and then it's got the eraser on this side. This one's eraser's worn down, but it'll just pop out. But yeah, I just buy that piece, drill a recessed hole, and then go from there with that. So it also works better as for turning too, because I made a little brass piece. Whoop! Made a little brass piece that is used as a centering bit. So kind of like these are here. So I just made it a 1/4 inch. Or about a 1/4 inch. There we go. Boom. Thanks, Kevin. But yeah, that area. So yep. But yeah, that's what those are. And hopefully, if I make some good progress on these, I will probably move over to some of those. Maybe even sand some, because I've got to see if those are even going to be a item worth making more of. But yeah, pretty simple to get the stuff, and then you just deconstruct and then reconstruct. But yeah. But yeah, these are just panels. Yeah, I think they were about 1/4 inch thick. I could potentially use a little bit more, but yeah, they stay there pretty well. Haven't had any issues. As long as I enjoy making them. Well, that's got to be a little bit true too. So, what I was thinking at the time was, who's making bespoke pencils? And then if you try to find like bespoke pencils, you're not going to really find all that many. So I had to start off simple and then get something that's pretty simple and repeatable. And so that's how I came across, or that's why I came across these, or thought about implementing these in that way. And then that's the clip that I was talking about. I would just do a little recess in the channel, or cut a little channel there that was the height of this pin clip, and then it would just stay in position. I've got one that's like that. I guess it's inside, huh? Yeah, I think it's inside. But you can imagine. Imagine cutting a channel and then putting the clip over top of that. So it doesn't move up and down as much, which is the way it should be. The clips on the Kaweco Sports I don't really care for. Oh, the deep clip, yeah. They're pretty cool. There's a lot of clips that you can get online. A lot of different styles. All of mine are inside because I was mapping out what I was going to do with some of those. But yeah, I guess I'll go get it right quick. Might as well. I'll be right back. All right. You don't buy a knife unless it's got a deep clip. Right on. Let's see. So there's that. Here is one of the things I was talking about. Actually, all of the things I was talking about. Boom, even better. So let's go ahead and put a tip into this one so we can see here. So this is like the first iteration of my forever pencil. But you know, the design isn't very much different. It's a little shorter though. But yeah, nice simple clip, and then it's got the same eraser as before. And then I made it about the size of the pin itself. Let's see, makes it easier for turning when you have a mandrel. Yeah, when you have a mandrel type of thing to go along with it. And then this is the graphite insert that's threaded with a very fine thread. And so for this one, what I like to do is you turn it, right, but you'll kind of open up that hole a little bit, and these threads are so fine. So you got a few different ways to resolve that is not push it too far, find something else that'll hold like this cone here, and then trim the way that you want to, or know that you'll have to trim it a little bit further back once you're all done, because you don't want to miss out on the thread contact as much as possible. You want to have as much there as you can, and so that is just a couple ways to accomplish that. But you could essentially turn between centers, but it will vibrate a lot in the middle, especially with how thick this particular thing is. There's another thing in here. Do I have any of them? Maybe? Let's see. Sorry. Be just a moment. Stupid thing. Okay, so these are just some pieces of it. So let me finish getting this set. Oh shoot, wrong one. And that's the other thing I was trying to do as well, is make sure that I've got one of each thing in here that I made. Ah, this will serve the purpose. Whew. Sorry about that. Okay, so I did a little something with this one. There. This will give you a good idea, at least. But here we've got this, and then I threaded this back in for their particular pencil mechanism that I was using. And then it's got the tube that goes all the way through, and then you'd be able to extend it. But these are just for measurements for me. So it doesn't function how it should. But yeah, you just take my word for it. Trust me, bro. But yeah, this thing, this little stock collar is not wanting to grab a hold of the components the way that it's supposed to. And now that little collar came off. Whatever. Buy the mechanism. Yeah, just buy the mechanism and you won't have to deal with that crap. Really all you need is the thread for this part, and then know what size to drill it. All right, well, so this is another way that you could actually use the tubing. You can use it for gripping. And not damage the threads. But there's the stuff there. And so the click mechanism is a spring on the inside, and then it pushes this that causes a collar to come back, and then it causes the lead to advance that amount that you click down, or a modified amount to where it actually engages. But for the design of this, all you really need to do is find the thread size of that. Boom. Now you can go basically do things like this on that, you know. So pretty interesting take on it, if you ask me. But anyway, that's one of my cooler projects that are, I guess, is pencil related. And then I've got other little projects here. So a lot of people have like adapter bushings and stuff like that, but you know, I have So this is like a diamond painting bit that I use. This is a Joe 05 Bach nib holder stuff. The Diamond Art Club threads, and then the other pencil stuff, and then different other components. So, that's kind of the organization that I've got going on for not having kits. Instead, I have like components to make pins, which I kind of think is cooler, which is why I do it. Let's see, one more thing were these clips here. There's that one, this one, and then this one. So I bought a variety of clips. Now I've also got some from Beaufort too, so the ones with just the collars, but these are just, if I was going to make something that was less involved, could definitely use these. And this is a good size actually, so pretty excited about that one. Kind of uncertain what I'm going to put it on though. Maybe a pencil, I guess. So you can also expand and close them a little bit to make sure that it's snug on the pin that you made. Yeah, I guess that's it for now. But just thought that would be pretty neat. And that's like the most organized I am. I showed you my highlight reel just now. Alrighty. Oh, light. That's the type of stuff, man. I don't know what those, what that is, but it is good stuff to know. But Beaufort's got some nice ones, so I've got a variety of like gold clips, black clips, and they're varying in size, so the way that they'll have to be put on is slightly different. These are like the simplest ones that I don't think I'll put on anything, but I got them to try, I guess. And then I've got another set. There they are. So I bought some, let's see. So I bought a variety of these. I thought the bolt-on clip could be pretty cool. So this was one, and these are knife clips, by the way. I thought that could be cool, but it's pretty large, and so the pin I'd have to make to accommodate this clip would be pretty beefy. But I got some other ones too. I got some of the civvies, and these are cool. However, I'm gonna have to modify a design in order to actually see, or actually tuck the clip away. Actually, is what I would want to do. So these are pretty cool, kind of like a hammered, but these are knife clips. I was thinking it'd be pretty cool to do, but I haven't spent enough time on it actually. I don't think. In order to, I haven't found the right thing for it yet, I don't think. Because I'd have to create a recess for the back of it, and I want to say it was like a 1/4 inch. So if I use like a Dremel or router or something, and then just went a little bit, I'd be able to do it. But haven't done that yet. Oh, are they going to be stamped out? I haven't looked at that. I'm gonna have to. Is that new? Is that new for him to have, or have I just not looked for that? Hmm, that is hot. All right. Ooh, Abby's got some cool stuff going on over here. She's trying out a different type of project for gift purposes. Let's see. That. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, I'd love to take a look at that. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I actually got a ring bender, and I used that to bend the coin. Abs. I gave it all I had. I don't know if you're talking about the keg or what. But yeah. So all right, let's get back to this, huh? Not enough sidebar. Get back to work, John. The heck, dude. Even my back's got some abs. Ugh. I'm just kidding. Come on. Come on. Get together, John. Oh. Morty. You need a readout for capacity, man. Whoop. Ah, I hear ya. You know, if I'm being honest, Kevin, one of the real reasons why I think it is awesome, potentially, to form a group like this is because I think that one of I don't know how to say it lightly, I guess. But typically, people that are in the fountain pen community, or not typically, I would say the veterans of the fountain pen community. There we go. The veterans of the fountain pen community are uh, are extremely knowledgeable, and when I go around and I talk to the vendors and stuff of vintage pens, I just wonder, like, the people that have been repairing pins like that, the vintage pins and stuff, who's going to replace them? And so, that's kind of what I was thinking from the very start of it. And so, I don't really know how else to go about trying to capture and preserve that knowledge that so many people have accumulated over many years. And I mean, a lot of the, even though they're into fountain pens, they don't write very much about stuff like that. And so it's more like you get to talk to the people and then ask those different types of questions. Like, if you had to figure out where to get a bladder filler for a certain fountain pen, where would you go? Like, and if you weren't like a handy person, how would you figure out how to put it together? Um, so I mean, and then like the intricacies of the inside of lever filler pens. That's another thing. It's like these mechanisms aren't like crazy, but if people aren't savvy with working on them, then it's like, well, nobody was there to get the torch passed to them. So, yeah, like your father-in-law with his leatherworking. It is. Although I do think it is coming back around. I think people are getting more into the handmade stuff. And then the appreciation of things that are less than perfect. So I think that's also something. But then, oh man, I wasn't gonna, but I'll go on this little rant right quick. I guess I should say this first. What is handmade, and at what point does it become not handmade, is one of the things that you would have to figure out. However, some would argue that these aren't handmade because I'm using a machine. Okay. But we made the blanks, which again, we used a compressor and an air pot and a chemical mixture in order to achieve that. And colors, natural colors like mica and stuff, which we didn't do that process either. So I guess my thing is, at what point is it handmade in your mind? How many steps do you have to be in control of entirely? So that's like, I guess, part one of this. But I mean, I'm using my hands to do this, and then I'm doing things that machines obviously could do, but nobody would use a machine for this type of turning. However, for like fountain pens, on the other hand, there are machines that can be used, and it seems for people to keep up with the demands of fountain pens, you have to get something that will perform part of the processes for you. And so I'm wondering at what point, I've got my thoughts, but at what point is it not handmade versus is it handmade? Like, do you have to do hands on each part or whatever? I don't know. But I will say, I used to be salty about people that would use CNCs, and I'm not as salty, but I still don't think of it as being handmade. And then I also find it a little strange because it's like a completely different skill set having to program a machine to make the pens that you're trying to make. So it's tough because at what point are you more of a programmer than you are a pen maker? And then what is a pen maker? These are rabbit holes that I go down, Kevin. So anybody else got thoughts on that? Right on, Keith. Like it. But I do think that there is a point where you're doing so much with the CNC that you become a programmer and not so much of a maker of whatever. Is that weird or wrong thinking, do you think? Or are there any other takes, I guess? Is there any other ways of thinking about that? But anything made from CNC is a CNC made, yeah. But having used different machines too is the other side of it that I struggle with, because getting those stupid things working how you want them to is pretty challenging. So you're loading the machine with your hands. So I guess it comes back to at what point, or how many steps does it have to be, or what percent. Benny! How you doing, man? I don't know if you heard what the recent chat was, but it was about handmade. At what point is something not handmade, or at what point is it considered handmade, or whatever? Either way. Yeah, you good? Right on. CNC is not handmade. I hear that. So, let me give you a hypothetical. You go to somebody that makes pens in their garage, and instead of me having a wood lathe and a metal lathe, I use a CNC and I'm making sections, we'll say. What would you say to that pen maker, if anything? This is the person that's using a CNC to make all the components of their pen. And the reason is because they can't keep up with demand, but it is the same design that they were using before. They just programmed the machine to do it. So let's get the thoughts on someone who fits that criteria. Because at some point, to me, it becomes a machine operator instead of a pin maker or a turner or, you know, whatever you want to call this type of hobby slash work. Even if you made the design. Yeah, well. I think it's quite nuanced, but isn't that really the goal for some things, is to figure out how to do it, repeat it a few times, gain interest, and then outsource it? Like, isn't that one of the formulas of of stuff? I mean, that's why 3D printing is so popular as well, because you can just kind of maintain whatever machine, and then it'll just keep doing what you program it to do. And if you found something that people like, you could just repeat that over and over again. I mean, it's like Apple's phones as well. The iPhones, you know, they're designed in California, but they ain't made there. Now, I know that this is not the handmade. We're kind of derailing the handmade topic at that point. Although they do assemble it. So is assembling handmade? Or is it handmade when I buy a dresser or a bed or something from the internet and it comes in a box and I have to put it together? It'd be hand assembled. It's no longer handmade and produced by a machine. Yeah. Well, then the natural question would be, what kinds of machines could you use? I guess that would be the progression of that one. I mean, this is a machine. Okay. Why am I having? Or maybe it doesn't even matter. I guess it's more of what are your thoughts on things like that? It's a lot of rabbit holes to go down. Yes. Yes, it is. I agree 100%. All right. Speaking of rabbit hole, we'll say that the artist is a blank maker, but they make pins out of their blanks. And the art that they're showcasing isn't the pen, it is the material. So I guess at that point it makes it a matter of perspective to where you're like, well, they weren't trying to make the best pen they could, they were trying to make the best text that they could. Or blank that they could. Whatever it was. But the opposite could also be true, where they're just trying to make the best pen. They don't care about what the material was. Yeah, that's good. I always tell people that you turn the blank and you assemble the pen. Yeah. But that's pretty good. That's a good way to say it. Oh, this might not be a popular way of seeing it, but anybody familiar with the WNBA stuff? Well, the WNBA, if you don't know, was at least subsidized by the NBA, and a lot of people were like, well, why doesn't the WNBA get the same love as the NBA? And it's because they don't draw as much people, right? And so the solution to that would be the people that want them to make as much as NBA players need to go and spend as much as everybody else does in order to make that happen. I think this is relevant for soccer as well, or football. But I think the same is also true for, handmade pens or handmade whatever, bowls, pens, vases. And people like the idea that it's handmade. But what does that even mean to some people that don't make anything? Alright, well, before I continue with that, it's strange that you'll make stuff by hand, and you can tell somebody that you did, but there's not like a certificate of authenticity, there's no like stamp, there's no, like you could put your logo on it or whatever, but who's to stop anybody else from doing that too? So it's kind of weird, but in a way I think that like if you're doing handmade stuff, you should at least have some receipts of what it is that you're doing. So I guess in this analogy, the pen making people versus the people that want to buy handmade stuff, I kind of see as the WNBA. Because a lot of people want handmade, but when it comes to actually doing it or appreciating it, it seems a little lopsided. So saying one thing is different than doing another. And that's kicking a hornet's nest? Well, I'm not talking specifically about the WNBA or whatever. It's more like if you want something to exist, you should feel some ownership and or responsibility for that to exist, if that makes sense. It's like if you want something to be around, then it should have to take care of itself in some ways. I don't know. Maybe that's why people start nonprofits. So they can get donations for the causes rather than... I don't know, man. But from my understanding, it's actually gotten better. I don't follow sports, but I was tracking on that for a little bit because I was interested. Why is the pay different? And then I got far enough to where I didn't need to pursue any further. Keep it a little bit vague, but also relevant for the conversation. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's the people, you know? It's the people that, if you want that to be there, it's like, I don't know. I think about how grateful I am sometimes. I guess that's a good way to think about it. You think about how, well, I guess World of Warcraft was a pretty good game that I could make this analogy with here. Like, I played WoW, and then I didn't play WoW for a long time, but because there were still other people that were supporting it and loving it, they continued to innovate, even though I wasn't there, and I wasn't contributing anything. But fortunately, there was enough people that were. Now, you kind of take that to the other extreme and think about, well, what does that actually mean? I mean, if everybody left at the same time, would Blizzard still try to push World of Warcraft? And it doesn't have to be WoW specific. That was just an example I was thinking of. Because I was grateful for when I went back to that and being able to just go back. And then from a marketing standpoint, I guess, and now we're getting really sidetracked. But I will say it's kind of like a double-edged sword in some ways because, for example, if these pins were like in crazy demand, like 100 people wanted this pin, like you either have to get more people to turn or you'd have to figure out a mechanical way to accomplish something because you don't have the time in order to make that happen. And so I guess in some ways that growth can trigger things that kind of dilute where it started. But the weird thing is that if you did have that many, you'd be selling more, and people are like, oh, it's handmade, woo! But it's not, or it ends up being not because you can't maintain that volume. I don't know. There's a question that I like to ask people, and it's you got to find out what it is that they're interested in first, and then you'll ask them, you'll be like, hey, um, uh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. All right, we're gonna have to put a pin in that one. We'll have to revisit it. But yeah, it's just kind of strange. I think it's like the bigger a company grows, the more they try to automate, and or the cheaper they try to do it. Which is, understandable. You don't want to have more demand, or I guess it is kind of good in some ways to have more demand than product in some cases, but I guess it boils down to a strategy. Which one do you prefer to implement? Sorry, I was trying to think of what it was. I don't know if it's going to come back to me right now. But I think people like the idea of things being handmade more than they actually like things that are handmade in some cases. But Vinny, when you said kicking the hornet's nest, I was we have the hornets here, and North Carolina. So I guess a little bit. Anybody ever heard of falconing or becoming a falconer? I thought that would be pretty cool. Then you spend some time looking into it a bit, and then you'll see that it's like 2 years as an apprentice to learn the different types of birds and behaviors and taking care of one and having it hooded and everything the way that it's, yeah, the actual bird. Yeah, that's you can use them to hunt small game. They use them in other countries as like competition. Pretty sure it's popular in Dubai. But yeah, these people, a variety of raptor birds. Sometimes they're falcons, hawks. Some people have owls. But just birds, yeah. But when people get them, what they're doing, they're not using them as or they don't have them as like a regular pet. They I don't know. It serves its purpose as far as like going to hunt, but it's not like an affectionate thing. It's purely food driven. But I thought that would be pretty cool, and yeah. Almost had a baby hawk. That's crazy. We had a bat. We had the back door open, and then a bat flew in, and it was just stuck, I guess, near the refrigerator in the kitchen. And Abby picked it up in a box, a Pop-Tart box, and it was so small. It was such a small bat. You wanted to train it to attack people? Man, that would be brutal. Their talons are huge. Some of them. But I don't know how to train something to attack. It's like it does a behavior, you reward the behavior, associate it with a command, but how do you do that for some animals? I don't know, man. Man, that must be the longest appointment ever. Okay. Hey, speak of the devil. She's alive. Well, everybody left. Let's see. See if Abby can reel some more people in, huh?
What? I'm not bait.
Kevin is here.
Hey, Kevin. It's been a while.
It has. He was asking if we were playing WoW, and I said we changed it up.
Yeah. We're taking a break for a while. Hopefully John will fix the camera for me. It's on you.
Still on me. My hand.
Then I gotta get up. Then I got what over here?
That one.
This one?
Yeah. I need to see where we are. Oh. No move. Be still.
I'm not bait. Bait for who?
Bait for people. For people to come.
Yeah, but I'm not actually doing anything, so me just sitting here.
Being the girl and stuff.
That might work on other sites, but I don't know that's gonna work on YouTube. Getting your routine back in order. Nice. We still don't have our routine back in order.
Family thing happened.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. John told me yesterday. I'm sorry to hear about your loss. That's hard.
You know, I gotta go deep. Just saying.
No, I just said sorry for your loss. Yeah. We're out of our routine because I was out of town, or we were both out of town. Then I was out of town, and we're about to go out of town again. So I'm the beauty, John's the beast. I think that would depend on the day. Sometimes we switch.
Always beautiful.
Tomorrow's our anniversary. Our 14th anniversary.
14 years.
Yeah. Being married. And then an additional, 3+ before that of dating. We've been together for a very long time. Yeah. I've done without for a while longer. I know, I'm sorry. We, John and I are lucky to have not lost either of our parents, but we have both been together through loss of grandparents and siblings on John's side, so it's hard. Yeah, thank you. We're excited. We're not going to celebrate tomorrow night because we're leaving on Saturday for vacation, and we're going to celebrate when we get back. We're going to do, combo Father's Day / anniversary. Now that you hear what's your favorite colors. My favorite colors are blues, all blues, but especially they don't come across very teal on camera, but my glasses are like this deep kind of peacock teal, That's probably my favorite color of all the colors. But I also like blue. But teal is my favorite. Yeah. Yes. Anyways, yeah, I was in Utah and Vegas with my dad last week. I got back last Monday, so I guess it's been a couple weeks ago. But we went to Zion National Park and hiked for most of the week, and then did a couple nights in Vegas just because I had never been. I'm not a drinker. I'm not a gambler. So really, we just walked through all of the casinos. We did do some cool stuff and went up on the Strat. Got to see Vegas all lit up at night, and our hotel room, you could see the sphere, which was weird and kind of cool out of the hotel room. And it just made me realize going to Vegas that like Vegas ain't my thing, man. I don't need to go back ever. If I get to go sometime, cool. But I much prefer the national park part of that vacation. Yeah, I tried to post. I'm still really bad at posting any sort of things like that. But so our upcoming vacation is my family's yearly vacation to a beach near us. My family's been going, or my mom's been going since she was a little girl, and then I've been going my whole life. So, you know, it's like it's a very long standing vacation, and it's my favorite. I'm very excited. So the other vacation was very much like hiking and walking and going and just being busy the whole time. And this is my go sit on a beach and read a book and relax. John likes fishing. You really want to go in the spirit? Me too. We talked about it. They do have like a IMAXy kind of experience thing. And we thought about it. It was like $100 a person for a 50-minute show, this like planet Earthy kind of thing. We ended up not doing it, but it does seem very cool. I've heard that it's awesome. So
Customs.
yeah, you got a bucket full. I had two other ones, but I might have put them with the other blank.
That entire thing.
What?
The box.
Okay, well.
The box drop, so that might be around under something.
It could be everything. I'm not sure. I'll have to like inventory. Sorry. But yeah, so I'm very excited about my going and sitting on the beach and eating fresh shrimp all week. My favorite. And then John likes to fish.
Yeah, that's fun for like a day.
Me, I enjoy all week. But Stella was talking about the aquarium. If you get bored and want to take her somewhere, she wants to go to the aquarium again. The one in Myrtle Beach.
She didn't go.
Oh, you took Evie?
Mm-hmm.
You took Stella down there.
The aquarium, though.
Oh, well, that's what she wants to do. She said something about aquarium. Yep. Anyways, John doesn't like to just sit on the beach or relax, which is fine. He gets to fish and can drag the kids wherever he wants to go do other stuff if he wants to do other stuff. So, yep.
I don't appreciate that tone.
Why? It's not a tone. I'm saying you can do whatever you want. You could go do whatever makes you happy. That's what. Sorry, I lost my voice for a sec. That's what this week is about. You get to do what you want week. You don't want to hang out with everybody else and want to go do something else. My family's used to it. Usually we just, go visit him on the end of the dock a couple times a day. Yeah. I wonder if you'll catch cool stuff this year. We've gotten some pretty neat stuff in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Hot eel.
As long as you take the kids. I don't care if he takes the kids. If he, it's more of a, if he wants to bring the kids somewhere, go for it. They, if not, are happy playing in the ocean the entire day, every day. We'll see how Evie is this year. She's a little bit more teenager-y. And I remember wanting to go back to the house and not wanting to sit with my family at the beach, teenager-ish time. So they like to play in the water all day, every day. They like fishing with John. We've caught flounder, lots of croakers,
stingray.
We it was neat last year, wasn't it? In the cast net that you caught that itty bitty little flounder.
Oh, yeah.
It was like this big. It was so cute, and then we obviously we let almost everything go, because when we go, flounder's not in season when we go, and we don't catch much bigger stuff off of that. But we also saw, was it last year that we saw the dolphins? Or was the year before? There was one year.
Every year.
Yeah, but I mean back in the
Every year.
not back there.
We do.
In the front ocean, we do, not in the back.
In the back.
No. Well, there were dolphins that came really close to like our dock last year or whatever. Doesn't Myrtle Beach have a fair or a big Ferris wheel or something like that? Yes. Myrtle Beach has a Broadway walkway, what boardwalk?
Boardwalk.
Thank you. That one. There's a boardwalk. They have rides. They have all kinds of stuff. John took Evie there for a weekend at one point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and y'all did a bunch of stuff, and then Stella's been down there with him. They have museums. Yeah, and you did the Ripley's Believe It or Not. You did the airboats or jet boats or whatever they were called. They have a bunch of stuff down there at Myrtle Beach. They always got stuff going on. So if John gets bored up at the more family-oriented, boring just beach, he can drive down. Myrtle Beach is like 30, 45 minutes away maybe from where we're going to be. And there is an aquarium. And I like the aquarium. It's a little one, but that's what it was. You took her to the other Ripley stuff, but y'all didn't do the bundle tickets that had the aquarium or whatever.
We did.
You didn't do the aquarium is the point.
We didn't do Ripley's with Stella either.
That was with Evie? I'm mixing her children up. I don't know. They've both been down there. John took them.
Me and Stella were just on the boardwalk. We didn't leave the boardwalk.
You didn't do the Ripley's thing?
No.
Oh. Anyways. It's all kind of cheesy stuff to do.
That's not right there.
Cheesy stuff to do in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, that's not right there.
But,
you take a shuttle to go where they...
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I wasn't there. We took the kids to the aquarium when they were little itty bitty babies, but that's the last time I've been down there to do anything. We've my dad has chartered boats for fishing a couple years. That's fun sometimes. Stella, the captain of the boat that they did last time, slapped Stella in the face with a fish. She was very unhappy about that. Indoor Ferris wheel or something like that. Did y'all see an indoor Ferris wheel?
No.
Maybe. They have all kinds of other stuff.
I mean, it might be somewhere else around Myrtle Beach.
If you watched Tiger King, that Doc Antle person guy, I'm pretty sure his zoo, exotic whatever, is in Myrtle Beach area. I don't know if it's still open, but that gave us a laugh when we saw that. There's kind of a vibe of Myrtle Beach. You wouldn't be happy about that. No. Oh my God, I'd be very, very angry. But the guy thought it was funny. And so it was kind of a thing. She came back with like, fishing was fun, but I got slapped in the face with a fish. That was not fun. We're like, yeah. Because we had used that same captain guy before, and now we're kind of like, Then again, most of the fish that we have caught on those trips are like not very delicious fish, like mackerel and some of the other things that we caught that just tasted so bad when we tried. I caught.
You're a pain.
I caught one that was back in the channels before we went out to the like open ocean. I don't remember what it was, but it was tasty. The other the mackerel fish, I don't like super fishy fish. So it's kind of like if you're not going to catch stuff that you're actually going to eat, it's a little meh. You have to go deeper and for like a longer full day, because we always do the half day. So they'd have to do a full day to get some good fish. John you did in Florida when we went with your family that one time. Y'all went out and did like a deep the fishing stuff.
Yeah,
Y'all caught all
Dad
kinds of
said
stuff.
It was like 50 miles off the coast.
Y'all were gone all day. I stayed with your mom by the pool. That was a really long time ago. That was far before we got married. Let's see, what year would have that been? 2009, maybe?
9 or 10, yeah.
Not 2010. I was still in high school. So maybe even 2008?
I don't know if it was that.
It was.
Maybe.
I have my phone. I could probably pull it up. A really long time ago.
What am I doing?
I don't know what you're doing. Let me put you on the thing.
Huh? No.
Oh, well, okay. There you go.
You're messing around with stuff.
Sorry. John, I think it's a forever pencil, right?
Yeah, that's
Nice. Speaking of sanding,
get back to it.
I have to finish this week's sanding. So.
I haven't finished turning the regulars of the Sunset Beach.
The Sandy Beach?
Sandy Beach.
That's cool. As long as you finish this week, I'm going to do Sandy Beach tomorrow and Friday. So we'll be good. You have never done anything like deep sea fishing, haven't been to actual fishing in 15 years. Do you like fishing? Because,
What?
you know, I could not fish and be fine. I've never been deep sea fishing. John's only been that one time, and it was a really long time ago. But he likes to sit on the dock, walk up to the house to be able to get beers, go sit on the dock again, hang out. He's got a little fishing chair with a cooler that he like attaches to the dock so it doesn't blow away. Yeah, I gotta get back.
Maybe I'll just sit out there, bring a tripod and a battery bank, and stream out
Stream.
there.
Would you like John live stream fishing? You could do it from your phone. You don't even need anything else really.
Battery bank.
Well, I've got those.
Probably another phone to keep it cool.
You just have to take breaks. Ooh, you bring an ice pack. Just slap the ice pack on the microphone. Anyways, I'm excited. We have to find all your. Is your fish stuff over there? Most of it's over there.
It's all over there.
Oh, well then our chairs and crap were just what's in the shed. You don't like just sitting there down to drink and talk. So as long as you're hanging out with somebody, that's what I do. I don't like just sitting there fishing, but I'll go down and hang out with John while he fishes. I mean, I'll hold a pole if he like casts it for me. I'm not very good. I can't get it very far. Kevin said yes to live fishing stream.
Oh man, I don't know where I'd put that. Certainly not pin making.
You could do it on Twitch.
No.
John says no. Sorry.
For video games. I mean, I could just stream it on.
Yeah, you could. It'd just be like I'm a vacation stream. Y'all can hang out with him because I'll be at the beach most of the time. He usually comes down with us in the morning and then gets over it.
Hot.
It's fine.
Sunny.
Well, and you don't like reading. I like sitting there and reading or talking to my mom. That's what most of it is, really. Is chatting with my mom and my sister most of the time, which understandably John is like, meh, had enough. Had enough chit chat.
No, I'd sit there.
You do.
I consume a lot of booze on this trip, though.
Well, that's on you, not me. Spin-off channel, Maverick Outdoors. Maybe when we move to Tucson, that can happen. Saying it'd be a different stream. Some people stream their lawnmowers and cutting grass. It's true.
Funny that you say that. I actually have a video of me cutting the grass.
Yeah,
from
you
start
do.
To finish.
I remember when you recorded that Maverick in the Wild. I wouldn't consider the dock in the wild.
Y'all are good. You just got to keep y'all around for some fantastic ideas.
You'll have to show up and hang out with him, though, if he does either of those. But yeah, you can always play with kids.
I mean, I couldn't have less people than I normally do.
No more skimboard, though.
Why?
You're going to hurt yourself.
Oh.
You're too old for that nonsense.
My wrist is better.
That's good. Mine hurts. I gotta go put my brace thing back on. It helped.
Well, I roller skated and fell, so.
Yeah, I know. I know how you hurt yours. Mine was just from sanding. He was determined. He had to take Stella to a birthday party, like at a roller rink, like with the classic roller skate. And then Stella, he did not fall on his own. Stella fell, pulled him down, and he hurt himself because
She steered in front of me like 10 times.
It's their robotic lawnmower. Ended up getting top streamer on TikTok. Weird. I've seen the videos of the robotic lawnmowers though.
This just proves that we try too hard.
Yeah, we do. It's okay. Okay. I gotta get it together.
Perfect.
Nice chatting with you guys. I don't know what John's gonna do now. Work on something else, I guess.
Yeah.
I took all those papers. Do you need some more of them back?
No.
Well, they're my wet cup over there.
You have some that you don't need.
I put all of them in the cup.
I know.
I don't know how many I'll need. I'm gonna have to cut more papers tomorrow. I go through a lot of sandpaper. Yeah, you guys, you get yourself set up and then I'll move. A little thing back on, I guess, for a minute. Yeah, lots of fun. I sanded so much the other day, because I've talked about this before, but like our special shaped diamond painting pens take a lot longer and are more difficult to sand. And I sanded so many that my wrist hurt so bad. No, I don't use Zona paper. We just use sheets of wet dry sandpaper, and I cut them into pieces to fit in our little section tray that John just took in there. We got it from Harbor Freight. It's got 8 sections, and so I put each of the grit in its own little section because for the special shaped diamond painting pens, I use 2 pieces of sandpaper per grit. One that's folded in half to get in between like the beading and the rings and stuff, and then one flat one. So yeah, that's why I keep them separated and keep them pretty clean and try to use them as much as I can before I have to move on to a new piece of sandpaper. But yeah, I cut up sheets of sandpaper on my, what is it called? The guillotine type paper cutter thingy, my bomber. Yeah. So it's one of my jobs to do. But Zona paper is like too fine. Like the roughest grit is too fine to knock off all the tooling marks. We have tried Zona paper for internal polishing of fountain pens, which I still haven't gotten the hang of, and I don't know that I care to get the hang of because I find it a total pain in the butt. He stole the Harbor Freight tray idea from you. It's John's idea. That's all John. He's bringing it back in now. And it's
That's my idea.
The trays, the sanding. There you go. That's
genius.
It was genius. But John doesn't sand very often though. It's a rare occasion.
You know, it is our anniversary.
Tomorrow.
You got a lot of pens to sand, so maybe that could be my gift to you.
As helping sand? You are welcome to help sand.
Don't say that. Then I feel obligated.
Anyway. Especially if you're done with your stuff. Is the fridge open?
Beep, beep.
Keeps beeping. He has lots of good ideas and some not as good ideas. The thing with him with ideas is it's volume over like quality. Everything is a good idea to him. Everything is the best idea every time. And so I almost cringe every time he's like, I have an idea and it's the best idea ever. I'm like, see, you say that too many times for it to be the truth.
It is always the best.
Yeah.
You're only as good as your last idea, said a wise person one time at some point.
Did you bring that in here just to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you want me to talk to yourself?
Do what? Not really. If I do it too full, then I can't reach the papers at the bottom and then it spills everywhere. Oh, I do have to say that when he was at Mate, he got me these Lathe protector towels with magnets in them, and they've been awesome. That has worked really well. Even if you have to like scrunch it up, which is what happens when I put my tailstock a lot closer to the headstock, it's still great and has worked well. Little force break gave me an idea I'm gonna try when some things I ordered gets here. Nice. That's good. John always has lots of good ideas where we're gone. He keeps a notebook with him and writes all of his ideas down. Some of those things get tried out. Some do not.
I pretty much don't go back and read my notebook.
Yeah, but he has to get them out. It's like it's the same thing with telling me. I think he just needs the ideas to be out of his brain. Lathe buddy, yes, yeah,
That's what they're called.
yeah, and I'm really happy with them. I might get another set of them so that I can cycle them and wash them because I have found because I've used it so much that the middle part is so saturated with like the resin dust kind of that it's not absorbing water anymore. So yeah, I'm really happy with the covers. They were a good purchase, good pick from John because I was using like pieces of plastic and like other towels and stuff, and because these are backed with that, I don't know, whatever stuff, it doesn't get wet underneath. You get it? He likes this. Well, I don't know if his ideas are like this, but facts jump off his brain like penguins off an island. Apparently, if he learns a new one, one's gone.
Same with education of sorts. In order for you to learn something new, you got to forget something old. You know?
Yeah, our brains don't work the same. We have opposite brains in pretty much every way.
You say this, I say that. You want this, I want that.
Yes. Use a car floor board mat with a rubber bottom. Interesting. I think that would be too stiff for the way that I use mine. I'm a really big, drippy, wet mess. But also, my lathe is true. My lathe is pretty much only for sanding. John sometimes drills on it, but that's like maybe once a week. And the entire rest of the week, I like leave those covers on for it to protect my lathe while I get water everywhere. John, on the other hand, has a really old piece of cardboard and shop towels that I don't think he's ever changed.
Have you ever actually switched to that theme? I'll show you something funny. Alright, so this is what I always use. But
it's been the same.
It's kind of funny because I could put water on it and it just go right off.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying about the dust that's accumulated on my towel there. Is that it now like won't absorb anymore because of all the resin dust.
Now, just kind of come off.
It absorbs a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I still use it. That was too good.
Okay, are you set up now?
Oh, almost. 93 was my record, I think.
You did. I can't believe you did that many in one day. I physically could not stand that many. I did 20 of our special shaped diamond painting pens the other night and was beat.
Special shapes are more. They're just more.
Yeah.
Wow.
I am going to go put my wrist brace back on.
Let me see. That's that refrigerator.
The one that keeps beeping? I think it's a microwave. Evie sounds like she's making something in the microwave. She keeps putting something back in the microwave over and over again. Oh my goodness.
All right, I reckon we're good enough.
Okay, now bye. Talk to you guys next time. Or later, I don't know.
Yeah. All right, well, we're hopping over to the sanding stuff now. Yeah. But yeah, it'll be a little quieter too, which will be kind of nice. Alrighty. Let me reposition that a little bit. Reposition that. Now we're looking good. Kevin, say bye. Have fun. Oh, I guess when my mug got back, dropped down, viewers dropped down. They're like, I don't want to see that ugly mug, man. What with that? They left me, Abby. No, no. Weird. You gonna show it?
So these are like that weird. So Illumilite came out with a Hydra cast, which is not concrete, but something like that. It feels like plaster. So you can mix with colors. It's pretty cool.
Hmm. How many sets have you done so far? So she's done 3 sets, and I say that because there's an associated price to learning, and so I just am pointing that out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Imagine if we applied that to something different. Anything. Yeah, whatever. She's gone. She doesn't want to imagine that. This is a forever pencil. We're going to try out and see if we are going to end up sanding these. I don't know what kind of finish I'm going to do with this. I'd like to do as little as possible. It was over there. Hmm. You run out? Is it behind you? Hmm. Oh. Well, how about that? Okay. I don't know how much I like this shape, but I think it's kind of neat. All right. Sanding, I'll sand at about 700. And because I'm not turning, I'm actually not going to use this. And this isn't good either. I think we could, jeez Louise, I think we could just do like this, where you're turning between centers. You just have to be careful not to heat up the end too much. All right. So, Kevin, just a quick question for you, sir. Are you or do you have a roughing bucket? Huh? What I mean by that is this has got the coarser grit sandpaper in it, and I use it kind of like how you'd use a roughing gouge. You know, you take something that's the most coarse, and then you can start fine tuning. So I've got that, and it's going to take away some of these higher spots. So I need to grab a towel. So yeah, I like to clean my lathe pretty well. Get the noodles off because I've got the towel here. Whoop! This is a microfiber towel. We bought a box of like 500 of them or something. And that is what we use for that. All right. What speed do you sand? A little faster, a little tighter. Ah, gotcha. Well, this particular sandpaper is a 150. Oh, this one's 320, but it's the second stage. But yeah, we'll go from like anywhere between, depending on what's on sale, really, for that part, the rougher one. And then from there, we actually have a specific grit sequence that Abby's refined over many of trial and errors. And by the way, this is just wrapped around my belt loop, or just tucked into my belt loop. Pretty cool, little nifty little way, I would say. There is a spot in the middle somewhere. Where are you? There. Mm. But yeah, I think that I can get away with a lot less sanding because of how smooth it is and how little we need to refine it. At least for some of them. Looking good, looking good. All right, now I'll go into my normal sanding sequence. Oh, it's backwards. But yeah, the coarsest grit is 240 that I use typically. Let's see. 326. All right, that'll work. But yeah, this is sanding. I should point the other camera at Abby while she's sanding. You know how much she'll like that. Okay. See, that looks nice. It looks pretty nice already, if you ask me. I'm for it. Nice. But yeah, okay, so here's the other thing about sanding, right? I don't like sanding things that have multiple different shapes integrated into it, typically. Sanding things that are pretty flat and straight, I am not. I'll do those. I'm not as opposed, we'll say. But yes, I think with as smooth as I've got these already, it'll be pretty simple. Oops. Mm-hmm. Let's see, do I want to polish that or not? And then, if I do polish it, how far do I want to polish it? Hmm. Ugh. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, this is how I have my magic juice for now, at least. 6 is the one that I will actually take off and flip over when I'm using it, at least. Because obviously it's very thin and it'll leak. But all the other ones I'll just leave open and upside down. Mm-hmm. Get a couple paper towels for this. Blue shop towels is what is used for this. And I'll rip them into thirds. Open. Shop towels. Do them in thirds. I'm not sure what open. But oh, the sorry, the magic juice. I'll leave those bottles open upside down when I'm using them. That way that, kind of the idea is for them to go down. Let gravity help you a little bit. But yeah, this is how you do a batch. But yeah, so one isn't open right now. But yeah, you don't want to leave them open like the the liquid part of it will evaporate out, and then you just end up with like a harder paste. Ooh. And then I'll go ahead and get all of these, well, 4 of these, ready to use. And then crank the speed up. I can't tell you what the speed is because my digital readout now doesn't work like it used to. Messed up the sensor when I was replacing the bearings. You be careful of the heat for this particular project because you don't want it to get too hot on either end because it'll cause the resin to open up. It'll weaken its bond, if you will. And everybody's question is, can you get away with less? Yes, you probably could. But the real question is, what would be the purpose of it And does it fulfill that purpose? Or does it hurt your purpose? Step 5 is the booger. And lastly, yeah, then you can just fold this and then do a lateral swiping, and now you're good. Boom. One down. And then we'll take them to the next step, which would be to clean the ends, clean the fronts, test fit again, and then install for completion. Don't need this very often, but a box that's got the done ones. Let's put this here. I'm going to line the box as well. There. And then there was one. Okay. But yeah, like I said, this would be a pretty simple shape to do. Okay, I'm just feeling for like the rough or high points. That way I know where I need to kind of spend more time leveling out with the sandpaper here. Wet sanding does a variety of things, but most importantly, it keeps the dust down from a sander perspective there, and it kind of makes the stuff a little bit of a slurry as well. But it being wet is probably one of the better things because it keeps the dust down as well as come on, John. Keeps it cooler. Golly. But yeah, it helps keep the material cooler. Mm-mm-mm. Got to get this one shined up. Takes the longest to get set up the first time, but after that, things tend to go smoother and you start getting in a groove. But it's weird to say, but sometimes the hardest thing for me is starting something. But once I do, I can usually stay at it for a while. If you enjoy sanding, feel free to let me know. I might be able to use your services. I'm just kidding. A little bit. But yeah, you know, a lot of people like bringing the shine on. And honestly, one of the reasons why sanding wasn't a good fit for me is because I was like really obsessive about having it be just right, and it just wasn't. Like I would look at it in different kinds of light and from left to right and up down, and I could see lines, and I'm like, this is not right. So I had to keep revising and changing, and it was getting frustrating because it's something that you want to just know how to do but not have to put the reps into. At least that's how I feel about it. Is that a real thing? Well, I mean, if you ask Abby, I think yeah, she would she would rather sand than turn. So there's that. But I don't think it goes much further than that. Come here. What was I doing with this one? Alright, well these are the ones that we got still. Chipping away. Now I could clickbait and say, oh look at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Holding $800. Or I sell this for $800. And for the record, I don't know what the math actually is on it right now. We don't know how much we would sell these for. At least off the top of our head right now. Ooh, but this one got to be one of my favorite blanks. Very mother of pearl looking. It's a black prismatic pearl is what we called it. Or what Abby called it. But this one, I gotta say, this one actually looks pretty darn cool when it's flat. Come on now. I'm gonna take a little bit with this grit. What is that? Yep, that's on the pin. So this is where the chatter can become obnoxious, we'll say. So that's why I try to minimize the chatter, obviously. Everybody does, but this is why. And see, now for something like this would be why I'd have a lathe that you could sit down and use. Like the Robust has a lathe that pivots like totally. Oops, sorry. It totally tilts downward, right? So it would tilt towards me and have enough counterbalance to not be a problem. So I would potentially be sitting down and sanding these. But that is a massive lathe, and, well, I don't have space for it, for one. And two, the funds, man. I don't know if you've looked at a Robust lathe, but it would be quite the adventure for you. Especially when you're thinking about a good starter lathe. The Robust lathe is a great starter lathe. You would never need to upgrade. I can't guarantee that, but you pretty much will never need to upgrade if that were the case. Oh yeah. Now she's nice and smooth. There we go. This is the spacing I should have. So something that I think is relevant to point out at this point is that this grit, well, this paste has a different grit. So if you didn't know that, now you do, that there's different grits for it, because you're like, well, what's in the paste? Why is it this way? Well, that's why. It's because there's different types of grit that makes it in a way that you're using a paper towel and the paste as a sandpaper is a way to think about it, I suppose. And then when you're sanding, the intent is to make the scratches smaller and smaller and smaller until you like can't even see them. At least that's the idea. Looking at some of the finishes, I would say that some people have better vision than others. But, you know. Hey, right on, Kevin. No worries. Appreciate you. But yeah, just throwing that out there. Ah, here we go. All right, very similar. Here we go. Oh, this way. So that's pretty cool. There's a difference right there between turned and sanded and polished. Same blank. So the other thing I'll say with the sanding is that um, you're getting the surface smoother and smoother every time, and you're kind of taking, well, you're smoothing the top with the bottom if you think about it as like levels. So if there's like a scratch in the middle of that, it's because the outermost part didn't go deep enough to be flat and level with the scratch. So kind of a tedious thing, but another route that people pursue, instead of doing it that way, they will actually put something on it that will fill the crack and make it easier to level. So you're kind of filling a void in some ways. So like when you do a CA finish, you don't really need to sand to like 12,000 on the wood because the surface would be too smooth and the glue wouldn't have as much to stick onto. So just throwing that out there, and that some people like to use buffing wheels, and that helps with the breaking up the circumferential element of the sanding here. So you can't really see any spirals. Yeah, you can't really see any spirals, but yeah, now you know. The circumferential ones you can do a lateral sanding with the lathe off, and that'll help get rid of those scratches. I guess the reason I was talking about that is because I wanted to talk about the surface of the pin is actually getting this shiny rather than putting some sort of finish on top of it to give it that shine. Yes, if that makes sense. Mm. You got the crew tough with the likes. There we go. So I get 4 pins out of a shop towel before it goes into the laundry. It's basically per piece that I sand. That's kind of how I do it. Ah. I need to make TIG back caps. Huh. What are those? What are TIG back caps? Is that, are you talking like the welding TIG? What? Oh, I was on paste. Whoops. There we go. But yeah, Theo, how you doing? You're a new, you're a new name, newer name at least. Whew. There we go. I got out of sequence. I had to had to go back through my little steps of like, where am I? But Theo, with a name like Theo, I bet you know some stuff. But do you make TIG back caps that I could look at? 'Cause I am not familiar. I'd have to go look it up. But yeah, if you got a little iteration that you want to add to this, heck yeah. That's kind of what I want my Facebook group to be. But this isn't a pen. It will be a forever pencil. I wonder if I should have like little components there that I can reference. Whoop. Mm, 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 mm. Sweet. Okay. Do a little wipe off of the ends. And then I guess I'll get my other little thing out so y'all can, so I can have an example for people that come in so they can see what it is that I'm working on. There we go. Oh, need a tip. Ugh. There we go. Okay, here we are. Okay, so this is the forever tip here. It's a graphite tip. I just bought a whole bunch of them and made the threads for it. And then this is the rest of it. So essentially that's going to look like this. It looks like this one. Huh. Well, there you go. Now you can see how that part is made. Let me grab a different one. All right, here we go. Let's see if this one. There we go. So I'll say that this was a pretty fun gift. I made one for my kids, and they took them to school and they used them. They also had different mechanical pencils that I made as well, which is pretty fun, man. It really is. Let's see. I'll put this there. Perfect. Now I can grab it. Somebody's like, "What the heck is it that you're doing?" Alright, just a little bit of pressure, not too much. Okay, right there, and then it dips down right there too. Make little adjustments here and there. There we go. Okay. But yeah, everybody likes spindle turning, right? Who doesn't like spindle turning? Or sanding. Kind of wonder if I need to change the live center here. Maybe I can do just a little bevel on that. Mm-hmm. None of these are going to have clips, by the way. I'd probably I'd make them a little thicker if I was going to do that. But it would go about there. Just have to make sure I clear this part to where the eraser goes, and then I would do the channel about right there, just below, and then it would go maybe to an inch. Yeah. But it is a fun little project. So whether you're doing it for gifts or for teachers or for selling or whatever, there's I think it's pretty cool to take something like that and turn it into something else or a different way of using the same thing. it would be pretty neat to figure out a better way to dispense this. You know, there is something nice about sanding, I suppose. It means that you can start the next project afterwards. Which I've also got that up into a sanding point. Well, almost. I have to turn those a little bit more. Yeah, some of these are almost there. There we go. Grab a few so we can look at them. There we go. So these are some other ones that I've got at various stages of completion. But yeah, those are different type of holders. But yeah, pretty fun. And then there's not a concern about the way that we sand and polish it. You can clean it. Like it's just plastic. All we did was shine it, right? Um, there's not a finish on it, if that makes sense. The surface is that smooth to where it's that reflective and shiny. And because of that, it takes a little longer. Which is why most people probably won't take the time to do it this particular way, because it does take a while, and it definitely impacts the volume, but I'd say that it is worth it. But I'm always on the lookout for different ways to finish and types of finishing. For example, on wood, I was reading up a little bit about some of the different types of finishing for wood, because that's not really my forte. But I do probably have most types of wood finish that are available, commercially at least. I wonder, does it happen to, um, does it do ads on streams like this? Or is that only Twitch? And other ones, I guess. But does it run ads on YouTube to watch a live? I don't recall seeing that. But when it comes to YouTube, I think it's interesting that it's so similar yet so different. Like when I think about Twitch streams versus YouTube streams, I think that Twitch streams can be a bit more immersive for the viewer. And so I sometimes think about something like that. I gotta make it, I don't know, like something that, I don't know, pops up or something. And it's just like, hey, I'm gonna be doing a raffle or a giveaway or I don't know, something. I don't know. If you're wondering, I'm polishing a stick. I am polishing a plastic stick. But yeah, magic juice. That's the way to go on plastics, in my opinion. And that's if you want, like, I don't know, man, what I consider the best finish. Like, if you even threw like a little Jeweler Rouge buffing wheel on there with a cotton wheel or cotton, yeah, cotton wheel, I think that just might top the cake with a little bit of extra right there. I will say it's not very many streams where I bring something all the way to the finish line. But these were almost already there, so I don't know if that still counts. We'll just say that it does. I'm going to check out my other live center and see if that's going to work better. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So I think I'll be able to get a little bit better of a angle maybe, or it'll be no different. All right, it kind of doesn't look different. All right, well, we'll try it anyways and see where we are. We need some tunes now. Mm-hmm. Almost there. A little spot right there. That'll come out with the next grit. Or else. Or it won't. And then I'll have to go back. Should be a bummer. What speed do you send? I think I asked that before, but no takers. Let's see. I sanded about 700 to 800. And then I'll ramp it up for polishing as it suggests. So we polish at a much higher speed. But still, you got to be careful with the amount of pressure that you're going to put on. There's always something to consider, and there's always a trade-off, it seems. More speed, more heat. More pressure, more heat. $600, right on. That's a good speed. Yeah, 600 is a good speed, man. It's not so fast that you're going to get a lot of skipping, but it's also slow enough. Pretty nice. There was oh man, there's so many things that I think about that come to mind, and then it's that rabbit hole. Woo! But I was gonna say when I started making pins, I used the mandrel, but I didn't use the tailstock to support it when I sanded it. And from my previous steps, it kind of made it so it was a little messed up, and then it would be very out of round on the ends, to where it's kind of going like this on the end for like the run out, um, because I didn't support it. So you got to support the tail stock or the back end of it if you're trying to make something line up at least. Yeah. So I think for these will make it to the show. I'm not sure how well they're gonna do. But you know, a little section for some things that we're trying out, and what better place than a pin show to get that immediate feedback, at least from some people. Step 2 is my favorite because it puts like that little cloudy surface on, and then when you go back and forth, it just ends up smoothing out, and I like that. Vinny, am I bringing any blanks? Oh, that'd be a question for Abby. We bring blanks to show like what the pin was made from for people that aren't familiar with turning and how we got to that point. So we'll kind of show them a sequence aspect of it, but see if she'll has a little extra to throw in. Did you want to talk about blanks at all? Just those? Then yes, we will have some blanks. I can't hear her. She's talking to me though. I can't hear you. Well, that's what we're asking if we were bringing any for Orlando. All right.
What's on your hat? I have brought blanks to every single one of the shows. I made a bunch for our first show, and then when we've taken them to the each of these pin shows, that's fine. We've realized that the majority of people there, even with other makers there, aren't there to buy blanks. So I haven't really like made a bunch of effort to make more for the shows. So we still have like essentially those same blanks that we've pulled from if we've had like custom requests or whatever, or commission requests. But I do plan on bringing those. I have talked to John about potentially maybe getting blanks up on the website. It's been years, three plus years since I've sold blanks like as a blank maker. While I am like our full time blank maker and I make a bunch of blanks every week, I haven't made them for other people in years. And there's a couple things with that of why. Initially, it ended up being because we wanted to keep some of the things that were like special and unique to us for ourselves, because we realized as soon as you sell them to other makers and everybody's making pins out of the same blanks, with resin pins especially, and in the bespoke pin making community, there are finite, supplies of blanks and of people that make blanks. So it often ends up that a lot of people use the same blanks, and then which is great because that means that more customers are able to get pins out of those blanks, opposed to it being one maker. But yeah, we felt like we needed to establish.
You can pivot it a little bit.
It's fine. I'm gonna go over there and just say it. That we needed to establish ourselves more before we wanted to do that. But I have recently been thinking about doing that again, of maybe making blanks specifically to sell, and to have listed on the site. So yes, I will definitely have blanks either way, in Orlando. But yeah, that's kind of where I am with it now. We're about to head out of town, so like I haven't actually gotten like to sit down and play anything out or get anything listed. But that's kind of where I am. That I might start doing that again. So yeah, because we have a lot of blanks. We for a while, anytime I made a new colorway for fountain pens, anyways, we'd set one aside. So I have not all of them anymore, but like a lot of like one of each of our colorways. So that's pretty cool. But
You're welcome.
just saying goodbye to you. Now, are you talking about shorter blanks, like the ones we use for this, the ones that were used for like kits and stuff that are 5 or 6 inch blanks, or are you cool with them being, you know, the 8.5 inch blanks that bespoke pins are made of? Because I have only brought the bespoke pin blanks to shows. So just a question, like, are you cool with cutting one of those up if you're doing kits or stuff with it? Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, those are what I bring. I bring the bespoke, and that's what I'm talking about too. Because I'm not talking about our shorter blanks for our diamond painting pens. I'm still planning on not selling those, but I am throwing around the idea or mulling it over of offering the bespoke kitless rods again, which are about 1.5 either. You always spend away for cutoffs. Perfect. Well then, yes, I will absolutely have blanks. I don't know how many different colors and what exactly they'll be yet, but yes, we will have blanks with us in Orlando. Now I'm going to go back to sanding.
Oh, thanks. There you go. So there's the thorough answer of that. She's been talking about it a bit, but haven't decided one way or the other yet, it seems. The EDC beads is one of the things that I found pretty interesting for the cutoffs, and I was trying to figure out a way how to like integrate all that, but it would be a lot of work and wouldn't be able to justify the cost aspect of doing it, unfortunately. There's a nice scratch right there. By nice, I mean not good, but noticeable. We do a lot of keychains. That's cool. Well, dang, I've got a lot of cutoffs if you want them. I usually just collect them from when I cut and prep all the other stuff. And then I have a bucket that I keep for if and when I ever get to them. Sometimes I'll just have a wild hair and I'll do a whole bunch of them. And I'd use them as the EDC beads because they only need to be about 1/2 inch wide, and then be able to drill a 1/4 inch hole through it for the mandrel. I use a regular pin mandrel for that, and then I just stack them, or not stack them, but I put a whole bunch of them together with the spacer. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. Ugh. Let's see. Oh, that's where they all are. They fell. They fell off the back end, but basically, I drill a hole, and then you can put it onto a mandrel like this one, and then you just have the spacers in between, and then you can turn them. So whatever diameter your mandrel is, just drill that size hole, you know, and then put them on there with a spacer, and then you can make the beads. And you can make like, I think I was able to make 5 of them at a time. So it's kind of cool to be able to work on that many at one time. But yeah, you can go from prepping to turning and polishing, and yeah. But yeah, I took like an afternoon and drilled like 100 plus of them. Um, but I haven't shaped them or anything. But I did have my kids start learning how to do a diamond knot, uh, which was going to be the other end of the cord. That way, it was going to be a pull tab kind of thing. And we went so far as to have a variety of 550 cord. Uh, yeah, but yeah, I did a video on those too, and how I did it. I think it's called my scrap video. Mm-hmm. So I don't think this tail life center is actually making a difference, but I'm just going to leave it there anyway. But yeah, that's a good little add-on, man. That's pretty clever, and that's kind of how I was thinking about doing it. Um, except for every pin, uh, I would have a little bit that I could do that with. So that would be a part of like the whole presentation of it all. So, oh, that's a. I just had a random thought about, do people like, why do people like the presentation of stuff in a package? Like, why? It's not like they're going to keep whatever thing that is, but why do they like it? For example, when you open up like a brand new pen or something, you buy like a $200 pen, you want the packaging to be pretty nice. But why? Because it's not like you're going to keep it. And actually, there was a bit of a case study on like Apple products, and then believe it or not, the suction that the lid has on the container is supposed to be slow. So you pull the lid off, and it slowly comes out. Like, it builds that anticipation of opening that product, you know? I know a lot of people are just like, get out! And you just shake it or whatever. But a lot of people, too, they appreciate the packaging and it feels nice and luxurious, and so they're more likely to keep it.
However, with Apple,
What?
I feel like it's one of those companies that has found the right balance to being nice enough without being something that you're like, it's still cardboard boxes today, their packaging. It's cardboard plastic instead of cost. Well, I'm saying in the same kind of thing.
You have a lot. You have a lot to say.
I think it's great.
Get you over here. Well, I can mic you up, and you can talk. We're pointed at you. You sure? I don't mind. See, I know somebody else wanted to join the conversation. It's usually loud and she can't hear me. Yeah, definitely. It makes the product feel more of a higher quality. Yeah. And I mean, there's definitely some good things to say about that. There's also like the whole, well, it's just going to end up in the trash and not really worth that. And but yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm. But yeah, thinking about that is always interesting, and talking to some other people that are in like that are at the higher echelon of packaging and stuff. Um, there is a product marketing sort of thing. My buddy went to the class, and it's all about the presentation of whatever it is. And so, I mean, a lot of it's just kind of, yeah, it makes sense. You want your product to be kind of the center of attention for whatever the packaging is. But how do you want the packaging to be? Do you want it to be like an adventure for the person? Like, I'll give you an extreme that, is good for some, but not most, we'll say. Because some people find it amusing to, like, I don't know, wrap a present with dollars. That's something that that I would do to, uh, have the kids open it up. Just have a whole bunch of dollars used as wrapping paper. And so they're going to be like slow and delicate with opening it. But are they going to be thinking more about the dollar that they're going to pull off, or how many dollars are they going to end up pulling off, or is there more anticipation build up for the actual thing that it's going to that's inside, or it's just, I think that packaging also is a part of like the story of it all. And so a very overlooked part of the whole thing, really. And then I find it kind of funny sometimes when I get a package from Amazon. It'll be packaged like pretty nicely, but I've also gotten packages that were, just whatever it was in a little bag, and then it's just there. So, and in my mind, it's like, if it was a tool, it's like, all right, let's get to business. Ain't got time for all this fluffiness. And see, that's fitting for some of the projects or some of the things that you buy. But when you buy something that's like an artistic piece, or uh, a quality expensive piece or something like that, and it's not even that, because I mean it could not be quality too. I don't know. Hey, how you doing, Suto? Fancy seeing you here. I haven't seen you before. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't know. Those are just things that I think about, I reckon. I'd also venture to say as much as consistent packaging for repeat buyers. If you buy something, you don't want necessarily to get different packaging every time because it doesn't look uniform and it doesn't match the previous thing. So it might make the consumer wonder why that's the case. Or not. Maybe just me. Which I suppose is I guess interesting to think about. Maybe it is just me. But I don't think so. So what you up to, Sato? But see, with that, Vinny, as well, I think that would be a different area of maybe the Facebook group or something like that, to where people that are specifically, you know, in the business of selling pins or making pins to sell or that type of stuff, instead of it just being a hobby, I think that would need its own place. And so that's kind of one of the reasons I was thinking, or I guess one of the things about the Facebook group I was wondering about. Like I've seen some, hmm, I've seen some pages or groups rather that are like Etsy seller groups, and it's kind of weird because on one hand it's like these are all sellers. Who are you selling to? Is what I wonder about. But on the other hand, it's like, well, there's people you could be networking with, but I don't know. I just think it would be cool to have serious, or more serious, I guess, things, but also the right amount of, enjoyment too. Let's see. I don't know. Build something that can evolve, you know? Something that can evolve, something that pivots, is able to Sorry, I'm test fitting some of these to see if caused any problems. Because I think that red one I actually have a problem with that I'm going to have to figure out. but it seems to be the only one so far. Okay. Testing, testing. What are you eating? Oh, okay. Well, I was fasting today. Huh? Oh, well, yeah, now I am. I'm done with my fast. Come on. Oh, sorry. Here I am. Alrighty. So that one's good. This one's good. Ooh, that one's real nice. Alright, so it looks like just that one. Huh, wonder what I did differently. Not cool. Hmm. Well, let's see what we can do about that. Okay, so my problem here is that I think it got too hot, and so it doesn't have very far to go. So this, oh, this is the problem here. And what I need to do is I need to tighten it. So, how would you tighten it? Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Hmm. Okay. What can we do here? All right, I got an idea. Yeah, this will work. I'm over on the metal lathe here for just a second. I need to determine how I'm going to remedy this. And I've got an idea. Boop. Okay. Get some of this action. Alright, so what I'm thinking is I've got a center start bit now. And I just did a little center start in here. I think I need to drill deeper. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. That should work. Okay. Now here, and then what do we know about? What do we know about plastic once it gets heated up? It becomes a little more malleable. So we're going to use that to our advantage here, hopefully. So I'm going to just get it warm. Going to crank up the speed a bit. I'm going to use this to get it warmer. Wait until I feel a little bit of warmth. We're just heating that up. So it's starting to slip now. And then this. Let me find the tip here. There it is. All right, let's see. Did that work? What do you think? Did that work? Or need to do it some more? It got looser, which is not surprising. It's just annoying. So I couldn't clamp it back. Let's try something different. Let's see. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get a 4-jaw. We're going to change gears. Thanks. So, got to change the configuration a little bit here, unfortunately, because I want to go ahead and fix this one and establish a way to fix it if I encounter the same thing again. So it may or may not be something that's interesting to some, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, actually, I should have left the live center on initially. This should be sufficient for what I'm doing here. Make sure you got plenty of paper towel barrier if that's what you choose to use, which is what I'm going to do here. Okay. I don't really want them to overlap. Get on there. Okay. So this is the side that I need to make a little smaller. And what I'm going to end up doing is actually just shortening it a little bit. This is to protect it from the jaws. Then I've got the live center here so I can center it before tightening it. There we go. Now advance that. That's set. And give it a hug. Now we'll see if we move. Let's see, it's a little out of round, it seems. Trying to get something back to centered is hard. But it didn't have to be perfect for my case here. I've already turned the major. So let's see how we got. Ooh, that's wonky as hell. Hey, Andres, how you doing? Okay. Good enough. So that can come out. Ah, come on. So not ideal, but this is a way to do something like this. I'm only going to be going laterally. That way I don't have to adjust anything else. Oops. Okay, now took a little bit off. Oh, this will work. Okay. Still need to go more. And if I have to go too far, then what will end up happening is I'll just have to rethread it. Ah! It took the little piece out. Alright. That's not a good tester. There we go. Looks like we're still going to have to chop a bit more off and then taper it again, which means that we'll have to sand it again. But I don't want to taper it yet. I want to support it. So if you have done anything like this, you'll know that that will start messing you up. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's see when we actually engage. A little bit further and we'll be good to go. Almost there. Perfect. Now we're engaging where we want to, and we're there. Okay. So from here, thinking, should I loosen that up? So we need to make the end smaller, a little tapered there. And so we want to get that lined up perfectly. Make sure we're not spinning that around or anything. Turning very true. So minimal here, minimal. Not this one. No. Okay, there we go. So we're going to do. Mm-hmm. Some of this. Okay. There we go. Just a little backtracking. We're almost there. No. There. Almost there. What you in the mood for? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Be very careful. Don't hold on to the towel. Be able to let go if it gets caught. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and hit it with this polish. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hopefully, this will have remedied that. How about that? And then you want to make sure that you didn't accidentally grab a hold of anything that you didn't want to. I don't know if that tapered enough, but we will continue anyways. But yeah, there. So we had to trim it back and then trim it down, taper it again, But I think that the taper's just a little too proud there. Or the shoulder. Might be a little too proud there. So, right, that's how we end up with shop pencils, right? Let's see. Put that one away. All right, well, I think we're getting to that point. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think we are getting to that point where I am going to have to wrap up. That way, and go feed the wife. You know, you want to make sure you feed and water the wives. So, yeah, I reckon we will call it a stream right now. Thanks for watching me work through some of those problems, and appreciate you hanging out. This is here. We'll hop back over here. I'll show you the ones that we've gotten done right quick. There we are. So these are the ones that we've gotten done here. Whoop. So looking pretty sweet. Yeah, we'll put tips into all of these and then erasers on the back end, and then that will be it for these bad boys at least. I still have still have these to go, plus one more that just fell. So got these to go. Vinny, I appreciate you, man. Means a lot. Means a lot. You being here, hanging out. Yes, sir. Love it. Hope you were able to extract some good stuff from it. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out, and I will see you next time. I hope you have a wonderful day. Good rest of your week and everything if I don't see you again before then. Take care.